Now we are going to begin our fourth technical session. We are privileged to have with us Professor Porikhi Mondol, Head, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Calcutta, as the chairperson of this session. Sir, you are requested to please come and take your seat on the dais. Dr. Mondol has pursued his degrees from North Bengal University and MRS and PhD from Jadavpur University. He worked as assistant librarian in the University of North Bengal and served as professional assistant at Vishwabharati. He also worked as lecturer at Jadavpur University. Under his supervision, 6 PhD scholars have successfully completed their degree. He has attended many national and international conferences and published many articles in reputed national and international journals. Dr. Monroe has also published and edited several books. May I now invite our esteemed invited speakers of this session, Dr. Akhatina Supra, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. I request sir to please have his seat on the dais. Dr. Shukla, PhD in Library and Information Science, Professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at the Central University of Tamil Nadu. He also worked as an assistant professor in Department of Library and Information Science at Mizoram University for a brief tenure. Dr. Shukla also served as professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Dr. Shukla's research interests are include webometrics, digital libraries, bibliometrics, information technology, and classification theory. He has also published over 111 articles in renowned research journals, both nationally and internationally. Dr. Shukla serves as a member of the editorial board and reviewer for several prestigious LIS journals. Dr. Shukla served as a member coordinator of various administrative bodies at both the department and university levels. We also have with us Dr. Shadanand Y. Bansore, Senior Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Savitribai Phule University. Dr. Bansore is the teaching profession since 1999. His area of interest is information and communication technology. He has more than 60 articles published in national and international journals and has so far written 2 books. He has completed 2 research projects funded by Savitribai Phule University. He has successfully guided 12 students for PhD and 2 students for MPhil. He has participated in over 50 conferences, seminars, workshops in different capacities and has also presented numerous papers. He has delivered keynote address in number of conferences and seminars. He is also contributing to the publication of various library science journals as a member of editorial boards. May I now request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Porikhi Mondol. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Akhandana Shukla. Volunteers, please felicitate Professor Manchore.
Face is up.
I request our chairperson sir to please carry on with the session.
So good morning, all of you. So a warm welcome to the international seminar organized by the Jadavpur University. It's my great privilege that I was also the student of Re-humanizing this university in the year 1999. And after that, the long journey, each and every year, whenever the department organizes any kind of event, I always try to present in the department because I think that it is our department also. Because UBSAT, I was a student of probably second or third batch of SAT. So thank you for calling me and giving me chance to act as a chairperson in this seminar. I welcome all the delegates from the different states and within the states, the different library professionals, library faculties, research scholars and the students. With these few words, directly we enter to our main journey, today's seminars. In this session, we have two great professors from the different universities. So I request our Sadarandan Basdun sir to present his invited speech in this seminar. Welcome, sir.
So, good morning everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, the chairperson, Professor Mandal sir, my friend and my colleague, Dr. Akhandanand Shukla, dignitaries of the dais, the conference chairman, Dr. Nanditari, his entire team, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. See, the topic right now it has been selected for this conference is very aptly selected. Human touch. The latter part I will see afterwards, or I can say that already it was discussed yesterday. When it comes to this human touch, the human touch is much important when it comes to that, any of the lab services. It is the human only who are attracting the various users to the lab and keeping the lab professional, even though we are using the technology. I think as far as this particular session is concerned, it is related to the particular theme which is revolving around this information fact finding. So naturally, I'll be talking about the same theme. This will be my today's agenda for discussion. Mostly, I'll be highlighting the misinformation, along with some of the live examples that we have been witnessing day by day. And at the end, what different frameworks or what different kind of literacy will be required to overcome this that I'll be highlighting over here. So let's go. See, when it comes to the role of labs in the 21st century, the lab's role as a guardian of knowledge has expanded beyond the physical collection towards the digital collections. Now, mostly the role of the lab is towards curating and increasing the digital information. And this has transferred the libraries from passive repositories to the proactive education and civic spaces. But when we are talking about the information, online information, there is, we are witnessing that there is an explosion of online information and digital information. When we are saying that the digital information, explosion of digital information, at the same time, there is also explosion of misinformation. Lab is long regarded as custodian of verified knowledge, are now compelled to defend the integrity of information because it is online or digital information. And that's why the fact checking that came into play. Of course, the labs were doing this fact finding for years together. But now they have got more importance. The libraries, information centers, they were regarded as one of the trusty medium for the dissemination of information. And right now, also, we can perform the same. When it comes to this fact finding, it is been said that okay, it has came from the Jadavpur in the 19th century, but I firmly believe that it is the job of the libraries. And that is the reason why the 2nd April Day is being celebrated as International Fact Checking. Maybe one of the reasons is that the 1st April is called Fool's Day. The misinformation is disseminated on the 1st day, so maybe the next day should be a fact finding, a fact checking day. Of course, when it comes to this types of information, it falls into 3 categories we can come across: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Everything, whatever it comes, it could be malinformation, it could be misinformation, it could be disinformation, everything is a false information, false information. But to the minute level, there is slight difference. So when it comes to the first category, misinformation, the user is taking the information, the user is disseminating the information, but it does not have any intention to harm you. Knowingly or unknowingly, he is coming across the information without evaluating the sources, he is just sharing this information. But the second category is a little bit dangerous for us, because the information is being created in such a way that it harms. Deliberately, intentionally, the false information is being created. And the third category is even more dangerous: malinformation. The fact is there in the information, but it has been promoted in such a way that it harms the image. So, in that way, it could be more dangerous to the society and also for academics. When it comes to this factors, I have pointed out there are two factors that are actually leading to the misinformation or false information. One is the psychological factor, and the other one is technological. More examples I will be putting towards the technological aspect. But yes, when it comes to this psychological factor, individual factor, that also contributes to misinformation. Three examples I will be putting, and you will find that this is totally relevant to what we say misinformation. See, we have certain beliefs that okay, this could be the right information, and we never check that that belief could be positive or it could be the right information. Whether it has been validated with the source, we never care about it. But we have a belief. And in view of that, if some information is coming, we generally pass it without any value. That's also one factor. The other factor is emotion. Emotion. Many times when it comes to the dissemination of the information, we give false information. The best example is the experience that we got at the survey. I know that many of the research scholars, they must have come across the survey, they must have elaborated the survey. When it comes for answering the questions, many of the experts, they give the false information. It might be because of the emotion, fear, anger. There are many factors that are being. But it is really very difficult to reveal the correct information and false information in this. Same is the case with the gut feelings. And many times the repetition of the same false information that is coming again and again in front of you, which makes you to believe that okay, this could be the right information. It's what kind of hammering that is going on. So these factors, it could be low digital literacy also. The individual factors that is contributing towards misinformation. But moreover, now the technology that is contributing. Information overload, yes. Lot of digital information that is coming over there. You take the example of Google. The moment you are making a Google search, lakhs and crores of hits, retrievals you are getting. Among this overloaded information, it is really very difficult to find out what exact information. Of course, we are doing at the ease because we know how to evaluate it. But the poor ability to evaluate the information resources that is being online, that leads to this media. We know this very well. These are two examples that I have put in. Recently, we have been for Operation Sindhu. The army chief in the media, they have claimed that okay, during this Operation Sindhu, 5 Pakistani fighter jets were down by India. It is there. The statement is there by given by the chief marshal, dear chief marshal. But on the other side, if you'll be going towards the media, Pakistani media, straight away they are denying that none of the jet fighters will get down. So again, that the media is going for disinformation. If actually you would like to go through the resources, you can go to the BBC. Even there was a claim from the Pakistan that okay, we have down many of the elite jet fighters. And after so many months, I think this operation Sindhu happened in the May. And before yesterday, one report was submitted to the American government. The report was on the China-American relationship. When they have clearly mentioned that none of the Indian jets were down, it was the AI created videos which was generated by the Chinese government, so that the Rafale deal could be delayed by some of the nations. So that's a different story. But it is again one case of misinformation, that is from the media part. And this journalism, it is the first, I will say, part which has brought this disinformation, misinformation. We know about the yellow journalism that was introduced in the 19th century, which attracted many headlines so that the users can read the newspapers and all these things. Apart from that, it is the journalism, I will say, who has introduced this misconception. And we as the library professors, we are going for the fact check. Algorithm design, everyone we are witnessing over the YouTubes, the other social media. The algorithm, they are taking your likes and dislikes, and based on that, they are just giving you the information. So many times it happens that only one-sided information that is being produced or it is being brought to your notice. This will never give you the other side of the coin. So if you don't know what is the other side, you cannot come to a proper conclusion. Social media, that is the greatest threat, I will say, for the misinformation. Because the fact is that nowhere there is a peer review. As we are publishing in the journals, we are publishing in the various academic platforms, there is always a filter process, there is a peer review. But when it comes to the Web 2.0, there is no such component. Anyone is allowed to upload any of the information. One survey was conducted by the National Geographic Channel in the pandemic period. I have quoted an example. A 13-year kid, previously that kid used to wear the mask, but after reading one video on the social media, which was posted by her close friend or trustworthy friend, the kid refused to wear the mask, saying that, okay, the kids don't get COVID-19. So that is different. Next live example right now we will see that a few days back there was a news on the social media about the legendary actor. He has passed, and it was highlighted by the reputed media. See, India Today, ABP News, Ashtak. What we can expect? Later on, his wife and daughter has put on the media that okay, he's recovering. कुछ होने से पहले सब राम सत्य करते हैं. So, artificial intelligence also we know with hallucination. The intelligence will bring such matter in front of you with all citations, all this thing that we feel that okay, once he has given citation, that means it is true, but that is not the case. Many times it comes up with the hallucination, bias information. All these factors that have been contributing to the misinformation, and it has impact on the various aspects. It could be the individuals, it could be on the democracy, students, researchers, everywhere you will get this. But in my opinion, the students and researchers, they have been affected more. It is not that I'm not in the opinion that the democracy is affecting us. It is affecting. But being academicians, I think students and researchers needs to be focused on. Student, once he is exposed to the information, always he will be carried out the same misinformation with him. And researchers, if he is coming across, the entire research will be of no use. His finding and everything, it will be based on the false information. So if at all, if you would like to take any decision or if you would like to interact in the findings, it will be again very different. So, now on the backdrop of this, I remember the statement which was given by Obama, the president. Though we know how to find information we must also know how to evaluate it. Over the past decades, we have seen a crisis of authenticity emerge. We now live in the world where everyone can publish an opinion or perspective, whether true or not, and have that opinion amplified. Clear-cut message that is being given by the president. Digital content that is creating chaos. Without any filtering, anyone can publish the opinion. And For that, we need to evaluate these things. And I think it could be the lab is the best agency for the evaluation of the information. Of course, when it comes to the evaluation of the information, the literacy, we talk about the literacies. And lab is, since long time we have been practicing these literacies. It could be information literacy, digital literacy, media literacy, everything. Not only that, but we are imparting the literacy education to our users also. So that is the best option that right now we can use. But again, when it comes to the literacy, the main thing is that whether when it comes to the evaluation in the present context, whether you can depend on any one of the literacy, whether it could be media literacy or digital literacy. So according to me, the answer is no. I don't know what is your opinion, but yes, literacy is required, but it should be meta literacy, where you can combine more than one literacies together so as to come out with an authentic and correct information. If at all you would like to find the facts, it could be the literacies, meta literacies, where you can have the combination of your digital literacy, your media literacy, visual literacies, cyber literacies, and different type of literacies. Actually, the credit for this goes to Mackey and Jacobson, who has come out with the meta literacy elements and has come out with 7 elements. Out of this, if we are looking towards the first 4, understanding format, types, and delivery mode, that evaluate user feedback as active researchers, create a context, and evaluate dynamic content. If we be going towards these 4 elements, you will find that this is focused towards the evaluation, accepting which kind of information, accepting, trying to know what is from where the information is coming, and how we can go towards the root of that information. That has been highlighted. But apart from this, there are certain frameworks that have been developed by some of the agencies, and they have been implementing this in their labs. And I think right now this requires very much. See, few of the frameworks that I've highlighted above: radar, graph, SIFT, and SMART. The small steps that have been highlighted by these universities. The radar is been developed by Jen Mandelius and some libraries from the California State University. They have came together and they have developed this graph, which stands for currency, relevance, authority, accuracy, and purpose. SIFT, it is developed by Mike Caulfield, which says stop. Stop before sharing any of the information. Just hold it for a minute. For 2 minutes. Then, once you have stopped, once you have put your sharing for information on hold, investigate the source. Find the relevant literature. And after tracing everything, then you can share. Once you have been confirmed that, okay, this is this. If you will be looking towards all the frameworks, more or less, they are focusing on the evaluation of the information. So, right now, it is a time for the libraries to teach the users in the evaluation of various types of information. Of course, this task is being carried out, but it should be more proactive. As a information gatekeeper, we have to play different roles. We have to provide verified information. We have to, present labs have to educate the literacy, and moreover, supporting researchers and hosting fact-finding programs, fact-checking programs. Of course, that comes with certain challenges also. If you see the speed of the misinformation, it is the speed which matches the light. It will run 10 times faster than the facts. हिंदी में कहावत है कि सच जब जूता पहनता है तो झूठ पूरे गांव को चक्कर मार के. So that is it. In fact, labs they are facing with the limited staff that everywhere it is there, which creates an issue in the digital verification, and of course the budget. So with this, I can conclude that okay, fine. It's information technology which will there in the labs and information centers, and of course labs will be using it for providing the various services. Without technology, labs I don't think they can. Right now they have become totally handicapped. So technology has become one of the essential parts. And of course, with the present technology, lot of misinformation that will be coming out. Now it will be the libraries who will act as an information experts who can find out the exact information through the various literacies. And also they will have the responsibilities to continue the various literacy programs so that the users, the future users, the future students, future researchers, they will be both identified. With this, take it. Thank you. If at all you would like to have any discussions on this, maybe if at all you would like to add certain things or maybe have certain discussions.
Thank you, sir, for your thank you, sir, for your nice presentations and enlights on the different aspects of this information. Now I request one question. Oh, no,
See, actually, this is a very interesting and very vital topic. See, we have plagiarism detection software. Like that, this is high time to have fact checking or fact detecting software that is needed. This is the time, this is the right thing we conceive an idea. It is possible with the use of technology.
we are always fooled by the misinformation, always.
Yes, now this is a high time to have just like plagiarism detection software, that we have to conceive software which will detect which is wrong, which is right. That will be of vital importance now. Thank you, sir, for the explanation.
There is a lie detector program. Lie detector.
Lie
detector.
That for the thieves.
Library also now.
Now I request our next invited speakers, Professor Abhinandan Shukla sir. Please proceed your script.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you all. And first, I'd like to thank organizers, Jadavpur University and Conference Secretary, Mr. Uday Bhattacharya sir, for calling me for the invited talk. And this is the first time visit to Jadavpur University, though we have previous association with him. And without much wasting of time, I'm just going to the topic because paper projectors also have get some time. And my topic is somewhat similar with previous debated speakers, so this also. So the topic today we have is given topic that human touch in digital age, and the sub-theme was just cultivating information trust and authority. So after going to the literatures, I found that whatever topic and theme this is proposed, really need human touch when you are going to have information trust and authority want to cultivate. So what is very much important here, because every day we are dealing with the information, even in research or normal life. So first of all, we need how the information is trustworthy. You have to check it. Then only you are going to use in your research or any kind of decision. So when it comes into context with information trust, what it covers confidence, what a user is having. A person is having confidence in the particular information because of accuracy of the information, authenticity of the information, and integrity of the information. So these all three components are important for having a trust on the information. And this can be calculated by transparency in sources, methods, and intentions. How the information source is belongs, what not transparent information they are providing, what is the way of collecting information or processing the data, and what is the intention to have the information, what intention to bring when you are disseminating it. So if your intentions are very clear, methods are perfect and it is transparent, then people will have trust on the information. Next is consistency in information quality. What information quality is coming to you, that is consistently coming to the digital public or researchers. Take for example journals, we are getting the articles. So many journals are there and you cannot believe everyone. Open access journals are there and you can go to the database index journals. So you are having full confidence on database index journals, whatever they are publishing. So they are having consistency, their information quality, what they are publishing, they are having some kind of validation. Then only they are publishing. Otherwise, like open access journals, we are having this idea that you cannot believe. So you are not having the trust on open access journals. Some journals you are getting that within 1 week they will publish. Whatever way you send the article, immediately they will accept. Not a single correction they will do and they will publish. So author is happy that okay, my article published within 1 week by paying 2000 rupees or 500 rupees. But who is going to have trust? So accuracy and verifiability. Another important point here to build the information trust. So what accurate information you are giving and you can verify. One can verify the information what is claimed. So these are the points through which information trust is built. Ethical handling of information. So when we are dealing with the information, we have to transfer the information in the proper way. We cannot go for selective information. Nowadays there are that only selective information which is benefiting us, we are transmitting that. And only pros and cons kind of thing you are not giving to anyone. Next is user-centered communication that reduces ambiguity. So a lot of information is there available, and one user cannot get or read everything. So we have to see when we are communicating and transferring information, it should be the community driven. Who is the intended user? Accordingly, we have to collect the information and we have to process it, we have to compile it, and we have to transmit it. Clear provenance and traceability of data. So what information is transmitted to you? One can verify that. One question is there in the media department, media subject they are teaching 5W and 1H. What, when, where, why, how, like that. So we have to ask these questions for getting a clear provenance that who made it, when made it, where made it, what is the purpose, how they made it. Then you can get that this information is authentic or not, and you can trace the data, how the data they have collected. You can get your own insights from the data. Next is coming after information authority. Basically, it refers to the credible source from where the information is coming. So source should be credible, either expert and reliable also. And every domain differs. Take for example, some teachers are there. When the students are coming to the class, first semester, they are taking admission, and they are coming to the teacher, and the teacher they are asking simple, sir, for this particular subject, what kind of book I should read? Why you are asking to teachers? Directly you go to the library, you can find out, but you don't know. So you are having trust on your teachers that teachers have this much number of experience, this much number of years experience in this domain. Whatever they will suggest, that is having some value. So authority is there. So information authority here also, who is the source, from where the information is coming, that you have to check it. So this can be also cultivated through expertise and professionalism. So one person may have a good expertise after having a long experience in a particular profession, and they are following the professional norms. The subject wise, every subject wise, the peoples are there, researchers are there, experts are there, through which you can, to whom you can believe that whatever they are saying, that is correct. Every student is believing on the teachers, what teachers are giving the lectures in the class, whatever they are saying, you are not reading the books. Simply you are listening to teachers what they are saying. After that, you are going to read the book and you are verifying that okay, whatever my teacher said, it is correct. Then next time you are not checking the book. Whatever he is saying, you are writing down and you are believing that. So this is the expertise and professionalism, that you are having the authority on the particular source, that whatever they are saying, the particular institution saying, they will believe in. Secondly, authority that institutional reputation, like libraries, universities, institutions, they are also the part of authority. Sometimes some specific universities are there. Though you are dealing with the specific kind of research area, like recently in Gujarat, we have central government have made one university for cybercrime. So we can believe that what experts from that institute they are saying, guidelines they are showing, that we can believe. Some chemistry departments, physics departments of all over country, some universities are there, which are very much famous. What is that department? Because of quality research, because of authority, because good researchers are there. So they develop as authority in terms of department, in terms of libraries, in terms of universities. Peer review and validation mechanisms are there through which we can develop the authority. So peer reviewed journals are there, where editors are checking, reviewers are checking your article and they are asking many queries. Then author is updating that article. Then only it will get published. Maybe 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, like that. Subject wise it differs. So the peer review process is also validating your information that what you are saying it is correctly said in your literature, your paper. So the article published, this is having the peer review system. So you can have the belief. So particular journal, like we can say JSIST in library science, whatever published in JSIST, you can say it is a very good journal. I can believe on whatever they publish. Scientometrics, I can believe on. But any other open access journals are available. Just 2 years, 4 years before they started publishing, you will not believe whatever they are saying. So responsibility and accountability in communication. So when we are communicating some kind of information, we have to take responsibility. One has to take responsibility what they are saying. Next is standards adherence. So when authorities come in here, like in case of library also, when you are posting the books, metadata standards library has to follow. That is open standard that everyone can know, every user can know what kind of fields are there, what information library is storing. And citation norms for publication, these authors, researchers, and publication agencies, what citation norms they are following, and strictly they are following. So you may have seen many conferences or many journals are there, not a kind of uniform pattern they are following for citation practices. Somebody is using Vancouver, somebody is using Harvard, somebody is using MLA, somebody is using PA, different things. And even citation also somebody is adding all author's name at all also. Then whole title and then review their writing. So there is no common practice there. But if you go to the peer-reviewed journals, they are having a standard format, and if you are writing this, they will reject. Summarily, they will reject. So standards are giving one kind of authority that you are following some standards, then you are building the authority. Why it is required? Because of information ecosystem is changing. So digital platforms bypass traditional gatekeepers. Nowadays, everyone can publish without any editorial oversight. Nobody is there to check. Earlier, authors were there, editors were there, reviewers were there, those were checking. Still, it is going on in case of these journal publications. But online publications are there, digital publication platforms are there, like blogs, websites. Nobody is there to verify, and anyone can write anything. And if you are just going to that one and you are not checking with that one, you are believing that whatever the said in the website or the blog, it is true. So this is the one challenge there. AI generated content and deep fakes are increasing. So that is also creating distrust in information and very difficult to find what is truth and what is false. Recently, one thing happened with the actor Heather already sort of told that the misinformation they disseminated and nobody could verify it. Even news channels also could not verify that is correct information. And they want to disseminate it. Everyone very fastly they disseminate that Dharman has died. And after one day, news came that he is going to home. So in social media platform, very difficult to find what is true and what is false. Why it is important than low information trust? There is a lot of risk there because of spread of fake news and disinformation. So fake news kind of things are nowadays trusting like anything. And YouTube channels are there, and news channels are there where they are making so many fake news. And disinformation articles are told that about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So disinformation is intended use. The news is not correct, but intended. Your intention there to create the misinformation. public confusion and polarization. So because of social media and this kind of thing, when you are getting this kind of news, people are must get confused and they become polarized to certain content. Especially this kind of things happen during the elections time. You can see social media channels, they are making one content that this person is winning, or pre-poll or post-poll. They are giving this kind of insights, but result is something different. Breakdown of institutional credibility and poor academic and research quality, that is also some concerns which are making the low informed trust. Then question is coming, why teach authority matters? Why to believe on authority? Because they are verifying the knowledge. They are verifying the knowledge that how the information is generated and it is published. So specifically this happens in case of journals, but social media a lot of control is required that one individual can control. Later we come to that one. And here evaluation experts and non-expert sources are possible. So expert sources like human experts are there. They can verify that what things are correct and what is incorrect. And this strengthens scholarly communication integrity. So when we are publishing research papers, that integrity is maintained by the editors only, peer reviewers only. And standards can be discourse. So when authority is there, who are going to publish, who are the editors, who are the authors, who are the institutions, they are creating the authority in terms of that what standard they are following, what standard they are maintaining. So academic area, this is very much important that particular university is publishing this kind of research. Particular university excels in this kind of subject, we can say. So why it is important? It is just reverse from this why authority matters. It ensures reliability and accuracy of information, and it helps to navigate the overloaded digital landscape because a lot of information available in digital media platforms. So through this authority, we can find out which information is correct and which is not correct. And it builds the confidence in decision making and prevents the spread of misinformation manipulation. So when authoritative information you are getting, you can have the balanced decision. You can have that okay, this information is not correct. Then some strategies are coming for cultivation of trust. So this is the promoting critical information literacy among users. What we can do when we are having information literacy lectures, we can have this also include this misinformation kind of thing. So we can build the trust. We can promote the trust among users. Curating trusted collection with clear evaluation criteria. Libraries are having a lot of collection. They are purchasing every year, acquiring the books, digital materials. They should follow the evaluation criteria that what kind of good books, good knowledge kind of information sources or journals they can subscribe for their users. So they can also follow the same criteria to have the curate the trusted collection. So what trusted collection is, when readers are reading this one, they will have the correct information. Implementing transparent metadata practices. So metadata practices, what we are using. Nowadays, Jadavpur is a very transparent metadata practice because this is giving who is making, what I'm making, and how many page, DY, everything they are having. So 15 elements are there. So that is the transparent metadata practice are there. You cannot hide anything. Conducting fact checking and source verification and digital identity management like ORCID and AI, you have to use responsibly. So ORCID is very important kind of point here. You can say the tool through which we can cultivate the trust. Because ORCID is giving the platform for others that they can put their information, personal information, authentic information, so one can check that this person is having authentic information from this source and they are having one 16-digit code, ORCID ID, that is unique ID for particular person. And this trust and authority empowers users in terms of verify claims independently. Anyone can verify the claims, whatever has been made in the information source. It encourages critical thinking and informed choices. If you are having the critical thinking capability and you can have a decision, you know everything, then you are taking your decision. digital and media literacy is improving, plus it makes resilient or adapted and informed communities. In terms of a life perspective, why it is important because enhancing information literacy, library science field, we can increase information literacy, quality scholarly communication, and evidence-based decision making. Whatever decision we are making, we should have some kind of proof. We should have some fact. Then we can have a correct decision. And library's role it is in strengthening as a gatekeepers and facilitators of trusted knowledge. So libraries and experts, library professionals here, we can say library professionals and libraries work as the gatekeepers of the knowledge. They are facilitators that which knowledge is correct and which is incorrect. And library, this is the librarian's perspective overall, and what libraries can do, that they can act as a trusted knowledge intermediary because libraries are pursuing a lot of income sources and they can build the trust in terms of users. That users are coming to the library for getting the books. If you are having quality books, they will come to read many times. Every time they are coming to read and they will have the good knowledge. So they can offer authenticated curated resources. Library can promote information literacy, and they can support fact checking and critical listening skills also. Next point is there, misinformation. Because topic is that in terms of in age of misinformation, how to build the trust. So I'm not going to detail because already previous presenter has told. So just go to examples, misleading headlines, out of the context information, incorrect stats, rumors and unverified claims, satire sometimes as a fact. These are the some examples for misinformation. How it spreads very common. You know everyone that social media sharing, low digital literacy is also one cause for spreading. And algorithmic amplification and peer-to-peer sharing without verification. This is two important things which is playing a very critical role in misinformation spreading. Algorithmic amplification, just see the one example I am giving, YouTube. You start watching one YouTube channel, something, just type something news, Indian news or local news. Just give one time. They are just verifying your behavior, and after that you will getting 10, 20 news on the same kind of area. Then you just skip and skip. Next day onwards, you are getting the same kind of news because they are having implication. Whatever your choice is there, they are having algorithm that is implement this amplification. This is making more news, the same kind of news coming. So you are just diverted to one side. You are not going to get the neutral news. Only one kind of news they will flourish in your machine or laptop or laptop, this one, mobile. And peer-to-peer sharing without verification. In person came, just read, okay, it is good, don't delay, forward, without checking. In the group you forward or personal friends you forward. Misinformation. What is happening with this? Confusion and anxiety. Yes, sir. So this is eroding the trust in the media, and it is harming the health, safety, and civic process. Polarization there and social conflicts happening. Decision making is compromised. Then next is that the one important concept. Just I will brief this why the information evaluation frameworks against misinformation is required. Because of fake news, misinformation, deepfakes are increasing day by day. Algorithmic amplifications and echo chambers are there. So through which you are getting only one-sided information, and traditional gatekeeping is reducing, declining every day. Nobody is believing on traditional gatekeeping like humans and libraries or authorities. So for that, evaluation models are there. So crack model, shift model, and lateral reading is there. Lateral reading is you got the information, you just go and check with other sources also. Then you can believe that okay, it is true or false. Then this what is the criteria for trustworthy information, that you have to check that who is the source credibility and domain expertise, who is saying this one. Then you can believe on that. Transparent authorship and citations should be there. And bias detection neutrality indicators is required to check the trustworthy information. Libraries can have informative programs and fact-checking tools and resources they can provide, and they can have reliable digital repositories through which users can get the information. So So craft is here that ladies are told, but I am just making here what is the everything there, what questions you have to ask in the craft, the currency, relevance, authority, accuracy, purpose, and these kind of questions when you are asking, you can verify that this is the information may be verified and clear, or you can say this can be disseminated after verification of these much questions. Second one is shift model is there. So this stop, investigate, find better coverage, trace claims, original this context before transmitting any information to anyone. Then bibliographic instruction for source credibility, how authors should believe that this source is reliable or not. So teach users here, what is the purpose here? Teach users how to identify authoritative sources. And it is once research quality and academic integrity when they complete bibliographic information you are sharing to researchers. So since paucity of time, something I am skipping here. What is the tools for evaluating source credibility, like that citation analysis, S index, impact factor, SIMAGO, journal impact factor? Though these are the still questionable, but no better tools available than this also. So we have to believe up to some level on these factors. Metadata quality and catalog records can verify. Library of Congress National Authority files, Virtual International Authority files, ARCID Authority files, we can believe on that one. Libraries can have workshops on these kind of tools. They can have training sessions and open resources they can promote in these areas. Then subject headings also there. Subject heading also it is saves user perception how it is saying. Some books are coming, and if you are properly not giving subject heading, it is misleading to the users. It is giving wrong information to the other users. So subject heading should be also priceless and perfect. So this is what we have to do for subject. This knowledge I mentioned. Ethical concerns that outdated and restricted terms were removed. And culturally insensitive and Eurocentric classification we have to avoid. Our DVC is the biggest example for this culturally insensitive and Eurocentric classification. Especially in some sections, you don't go for subject, just go for language, just go for religion, just go for culture. If you are going religion from 200 starting to 299, 289, only one religion, and 292, 291 to 299 all religion other. Even for the other subject also, if you go to area division, whole area table is there. For Eastern island also, 10-meter island also they are mentioned there. But Jadavpur is not mentioned in PDC area table. Only West Bengal you can go and okay everything. Kolkata, Jadavpur, Bardhaman, only West Bengal. So how this happens? So we have to just think whatever the tools we are using, this should be culturally sensitive and should not be only for one kind of standard that only Western standard we are following. Ethical approaches we have to develop here.
There are 6 papers.
Yes, sir. Just 2 minutes. Sir. So this regular review of subject headings is required to avoid this kind of things. And like professionals responded that they have to educate equitable terminologies, which is having the balanced kind of information about every community. One is CBPR. So this is collaborative research with community involvement. So it is building trust with the community. The researchers and communities involved together to doing the research, and they are developing a local knowledge validation. So in this CBPR, libraries can play a role as a neutral role because they can be the trusted information partner. Whatever information they generated, they can disseminate to the users, and they can this community archiving documentation they can do. Whatever local community information also they can put in the library. They can hold. So in the last, I can say here that cultivating information trust and authority is the very much important task, or you can say important phenomena in this ecosystem, information ecosystem. And library and information professionals has a very important role to stop this kind of thing because they are, why you are saying library professionals, because they are dealing with the scholars, researchers, and we are library professionals are dealing with all scholars of every subject. So our role is very crucial. Then subject teachers. So authority arises from expert knowledge, institutional reputation, and peer review and curated quality resources. These are making the key point for the authority development. And these all things if you are having, it strengthens user confidence, support informed decision making, and critical information literacy in this kind of digital environment. So these were the idea to present before you. And any kind of clarification, any kind of suggestion, feedback, you are welcome.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. So, Professor Sukla has presented the cultivating information tasks and authorities in the age of misinformation. In this session, there are two invited speakers already presented related to misinformation. So I think we are very much delighted with these topics. Now, in this session, there are 6 papers. Just I asked that presenters are present or not. First one is Momita Ghosh. Yeah. Second, Madhusuri Ghosh is also present. Sarthak Chaturvedi is also present. Shambhu Lakshmi is also present. Abhay Thakur, yeah, is also present. And Maushami Adar, all paper presenters are present. So we have 6 papers.
All six present.
Yeah, all the presenters are present now. So 100% present in this session. So I request all the presenters, due to the crunch of time, just to limit your, because already we have learned lot of papers and we are going delay. So now 11:35, within 12 we have to complete. So it is not possible. So 6 papers to take at least 5 minutes. Okay. 4 to 5 minutes. Okay. So one by please come. First, Momita Ghosh. Try to complete your paper within 4 to 5 minutes. Just go to your objectives, findings and findings. Not to go the definitions, introductions like this. No need to go the introduction, literature review, etc. Okay, due to some technical crunch, I request next presenter Madhusri Ghosh. Madhusri Ghosh, could that please come? Yeah. Yeah. Conclusion. Like conclusion.
Good morning, very good morning to the dignitaries in the dais and the audience. The title of my paper is Library Resources and Services in Blended Mode for Learners of Indian Open Universities, a study. So there are places, as you know, that distance in learning degrees were offered by the University of London in the year 1815. In India, distance education system was introduced by Rabindranath Tagore. So I am coming to the clause 7A of Vishwavati Act 1950, where it is nicely mentioned that you can see over here that what are the roles of Loko Shikha Shamshad, People's Education Council. They were conducting this open and distance learning courses. I think the whole paragraph is visible, and as I have limited time, so I'm not just reading it. I'm going to the next slide. So there are some facts that about open and distance learning in the year 1960. After this Loko Shiksha Shamshad, there you will find the trace that it is in the 1960 a correspondence course was commenced, which was offered by the university, and at present there are 17 state open universities and Indira Gandhi National Open University, which is a central university. And as you can see, the gross enrollment ratio in ODL universities, those universities are there are almost 10% of total enrollment in higher education in India, according to I-SHARE, All India Survey of Higher Education 2018-2019 report. So there are certain guidelines towards establishment of libraries in ODL. Recognition of open and distance learning institutions. It is a kind of handbook which was published in the year 2009 by Distance Education Council, IGNOU. They mentioned about library and resource centers, and the parent institution, they mentioned that the parent institution should have a separate library and resource center facilities for the use of learners, faculty members, and counselors, etc. It should also function as a resource center for various types of information. So you can see that infrastructure at headquarters, they mentioned about library, along with administrative block, academic block, and information center, warehouse, studio, and all these things. And guidelines towards the establishment of libraries also they have provided that library facilities, number of books, discipline wise, and also related to distance education, number of journals, discipline wise, and related to distance education facilities available to learners, book lending, CD, audio, video cassettes, internet facility, reprography, any other. And also they mentioned about in the regional centers and study centers for libraries. So also you will find in ILA, Indian Library Association, they mentioned that they have identified some, observed or identified some roles of open and distance learning institutions, and those are central library at the headquarters, regional and or study center libraries at the grassroots level. There are different formats of resources available for learners. Users need materials, facilities, and information services. All kinds of libraries, public, academic, and special, have to provide combined support to meet the requirements of the diverse learners. Application of modern technology has a special role towards providing effective library services, development of information literacy skills to the learners. So, if you find in decade-wise, there is a mistake over there. So I am mentioning that from 81 to 90, number of 5 such universities were established from 91 to 2005, then 2001 to 2010, 4, and 2011 to 2023, and 2021 to 30. There is a one such university has been established. And who are the users? Users are learners of these universities. They are from 18 to 80. Some of the learners are engaged in various kinds of jobs. There are differently abled learners, homemakers, jailmates, and all. Also, the users are faculty members. They require the library service for developing the self-learning material for the learners, scholars, officials, academic support staff, project assistants, and all. And my observations are open and distance library university libraries have a big responsibility of providing academic support to the stakeholders such as faculty, scholars, and distance learners. Due to the nature of open and distance learning, the learners are scattered geographically, and also this is a challenge for the library to serve all the learners. There are limitations of interactions with faculty members in distance mode as they are mostly dependent on the self-learning materials. Libraries of these universities are providing services to meet the need of reference work, area guidance, etc. ODL libraries are having their collection in both printed and electronic form, as I have observed certain services, and they are providing various types of services such as reading, reference, lending, reprograming, current awareness service, selective dissemination of information, internet, web page, e-library, remote access, institutional membership, study corner, resource sharing, social media service, etc. to reach their learners, scholars, faculty members for their academic support. These services are provided in blended mode, which is the only solution to handle huge number of learners, scholars who are remotely placed. And thank you.
Okay. Thank you, madam, for your presentations. Okay, Saptak is it? Now, Saptak, please come. Saptak, 4 to 5 minutes, okay.
Shall I start, sir? Good afternoon to all. So, as the time is very short, I will try to conclude it within 3 to 4 minutes. So, as you can see, my time is reliable access and research readiness. So, basically, in line with the theme of the seminar, I tried to visualize how, being a librarian from a rural college of Sundarban, how ONOS system, this or you can say ONOS scheme, can contribute in research support in the libraries of the rural colleges. So, not waste any time, and I will try to go to the core of my theme paper. That first, in NEP 2020, the main shift from academics is shifted towards the research. You all know there are so much seminars. You can say the research fundings are over there. Dixit Bharat 2047. So all are there over there. So the emphasis has been shifted towards research. So their government, central government is actually promoting research because the primary objective of education about UGC is actually completed or tend to be completed. So these are the main research access gaps in the rural colleges over there. If we are sitting in Jadavpur University in this building, we can't even imagine how rural colleges are actually functioning. If anyone from rural colleges, they can actually know the hardcore reality over there. So research training is a first over there, funding is also there because if we get, for example, this seminar is funded by the ICSSR funding. For rural college, it is hard to actually translate the funding into the reality in rural colleges. We know all these intriguing things over there. Access barriers over there and promotion criteria. All the librarians know that we have to work for 40 hours a week, quote unquote 40 hours a week. All credit goes to our college principals, and they are expecting us to publish high level of research articles so that we can actually complete our promotional scores over there. And when we can't even do that, then our subject expert are blaming us why you can't even go and achieve those scores. These are the hardcore reality over there. So ONOS is there. I don't want to go to the all those details. These are the main factors that actually given by ONOS, and these are the actual roadmaps. It's actually one of the components of Dixit Bharat 2047, and under that it has been launched. And right now we are in phase 1. There will be phase 2 and phase 3 over there. And if you see the throughout months how this usage has been increased, these are numbers are in thousands. So these are the main goals. They democratize the access, the cost optimization, research, enhancement, digital infrastructure development, and support knowledge economy. So whether the college research, mainly the rural colleges, can imbibe or introduce the research culture into the college through awareness. So there are 3 main things over there. One is implementation, then that is the alignment, and then the research literacy over there. So not just wait any time. The 3 pillars of implementation is strategic positioning, service transformation, and support staff research development things. So strategic positioning is we have to position the libraries through webinars in a such way then where we have to give the advice to the faculty that how we have to write the research proposal, the research grant or faculty or some FDPs, or you can say the research proposal for postdoctoral things on that. And in line with that, we can find the service transformation, that we have to be role reversal, not sitting on the libraries. We have to promote through ONOS that how this kind of research is actually going. You can do this kind of thing. And on later part, how you can use the ONOS. This is the implementation part. Second is the aligning part. In every aspect, we have to be aligned with our national policy. This is the main thing. We have to be remembered. Because in college, we have to go through NIRF and NAC accreditation processes. So, what actual our national policy as thinking, we have to implement those kind of things through ONOS in our colleges also. Then the impact of assessment and reporting to the usage of ONOS data, we can give our teachers some inputs that these are the research gaps over there, you can work on this kind of things. And finally, quality assessment, assurance and standards. Like we have to give them some guidance regarding how research actually conducted, research through research methodology programs or data management things, because nowadays data visualization is at its peak. And finally, the research literacy part. So this is the cultural transformation that is actually being needed. Second, the encouragement of ethical practices, which is very much lacking in colleges. Third is how to identify, this is my last slide, sir, how to identify the quality information. What are the predatory journals? Because nowadays every people from college, mainly the professors from the arts faculty know that they can publish in impact factor. So they are just citing the impact factor 10 and 12, and when they ask for us, I just think that these are the predatory journals over there. The information literacy paper, how to search the things, how to search information, these kind of things, and the same information literacy in the digital platforms and how these kind of things are actually working. And finally, they are training. So these kind of things should happen. What through ONOS? In conclusion, that I want to say, the positioning of ONOS is very much important. Second, don't give just technical access. Give a certain value with it. This is very much necessary. Third, the orientation should be there through ONOS, the research ethics trainings over there. Fourth is the access to knowledge and innovation through ONOS. And fifth, the comprehensive strategic planning for achieving a national goal, or you can say aligning with the national policy. That's the thing I will conclude. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor, for presenting your nice presentation. Now I request Bhavika Bose to present our paper. Please try to finish for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, my teachers, dear colleagues and participants. I am Omita Bose, the assistant librarian from the University of Bardhaman. Today I am here to present my paper on the catalyzing academic libraries in the era of NAP 2020. So, as India has witnessed the transition of educational landscape with the vision of NAP 2020, so we the librarians are not far behind. So we are shifting our libraries from repositories of books, we are shifting our libraries from not only storehouse of books or journals, rather we are shifting rather we are taking our libraries in a participatory So we are shifting our libraries from a participatory learning space. Rather, we are inviting our users or readers in our library so that they can create, they can socialize, and they can generate ideas. Not only they only like store the information in their brains or in their notebooks. Rather, we should invite such an environment so that students generally feel safety to come to the library. Just for example, I'm talking about the University of Bardhaman. So our library opens at 8 a.m. and it runs up to, like as it is a remote place, so it runs up to 8 p.m. But if we visit just in general, when I do a morning walk, I can see that the students have started pouring in the library, and by 12 it said the library reading room is full because of the space we have created. Our library is fully equipped with the Wi-Fi, so high-speed Wi-Fi, and we have the e-resources, ample number of e-resources, and we are subscriber or we are the privileged member of the ONOS, and we are supporting our students in the research, like the research ethics. I generally do conduct the literature review courses. So we are basically making a situation, we are creating a situation when the librarian and the teachers are coming together. So I generally go to take the literature review classes, how to plagiarism, how to check the plagiarism, or how to cope up with that. So this kind of combination, like this kind of relation we have to make. So here is the main motto, that is the re-humanizing of human element in the era of digital age. So human element plays a very important role in our society. That human touch, which was missing, which was going to missing because of the AI implementation, that we have created, rather we have regenerated. So this is basically the transformations, how we are transforming our university or our libraries from a custodian of libraries to the knowledge creation. So I say knowledge creation. The students are not only noting down the information here, rather they are making a group discussions. They are coming for a collaboration. As because this theme is mainly grounded in the theory of social constructivism. So social constructivism means we are just sharing our knowledge. That is, we are social interaction. We are making some collaborative ideas. We are sharing our knowledges. We are developing the collections, and we are enhancing our understanding. That's way we are making the knowledge society, which is basically transforming in the economic knowledge economy. So now library plays a catalyst role. How the library plays the role of a catalyst? That's my motto in this presentation. So there are basically three pillar framework. So last we can see the infrastructure transformation. So infrastructure transformation means basically the development of the infrastructure. So we have to make the new technology, we have to introduce a new technology. So that is RFID introduction, then the ILMS, AI integration, assistive tools, and other fields are there. Then the multilingual search facilities, all these we have to introduce. And the pedagogical innovation, that is basically the teaching methodologies. So here comes the joint coordination between the faculties and the librarians. And now the community engagement. So libraries are not only providing services within its four walls. Rather, libraries should go from their own boundaries and they should reach to the community. Just before, I think one of Sir has already told that library can take the role or they can do a research in the community needs. So these are the things are there. So now how library is servicing. So enhancing, this is the one more important thing is the NAP. It was told that the inclusive information society. How we can build the inclusive information society. We know the term that is digital divide. So libraries plays a very information role. We the librarians can feed the students or teach the students how to use the digital tools in our day-to-day life, be it within the institution or we can go for an outreach program also. So now enhancing the learning environments, that is basically the infrastructural development. We can make the silent study zone, we can make the group zone, we can make the maker study zone, so audio visual improvement, all these are there. Then the connectivity. So connectivity is basically not only human to human, rather human to digital and digital to digital connection. All these tools and services we should introduce and we should teach them how to do all these things. So this is basically the bridging. So left side is the basically the learners, those who lacks the digital skills, and right hand with the introduction of the librarians or with the initiatives of the librarians and the micro credentials, libraries are making or rather bridging the digital divides. And this is the community development, that is the departmental partnership, industry partnership, local body partnership, open knowledge creation or the promotion, that is the open access, OER, all these we should inform the students, and the community outreach. And these are the library initiatives, how we can introduce library in their curriculum, that is basically credit-based literacy modules for learners. So how we can imbibe our students in the library. So if we assign some credit-based information literacy skills in their course system, in their course syllabus, then the students will feel to visit the library, and with the help of librarians, students also can perform their project works in an excellent manner. Then the research, as I already told, the institutional depositories, then data analytics, and the research ethics, plagiarism, all these are there where the librarians plays a very important role, and they can assist in their research and innovations. So librarians can also play the role of innovators. And the capacity building, that is basically there are some institutions and the training programs are there for capacity building of the librarians to upskill this latest technology, to upskill with the latest tools and technology. And the governance, that is the most important thing, that the library advisory boards, they have to accept the change. So this change management must be there, that the culture. So the governance, that the governing body has to accept the change, and they has to cope up with this change, and they should adapt these technologies and tools and other things. And this is the digital learning. And we know we have so just 2 minutes. We have some boundaries, or basically the challenges are there. That is the institutional change, cultural adaptation, infrastructure, and other things are there. So, but we should go forward. We should not stay within the place where we are stuck. Rather, we have to reshape the knowledge society so that we can lead India, and we can succeed in the term that is Vikshit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Samod. Please come, Samod. Four minutes. Copy দিয়েছি 12টা টাইম আর বই করে দে আরো দিও 12টা বাজে সবাই ঠাকুর
Honorable Chair and dignitaries present. So I am playing beyond the sideline. So please allow me a few minutes more, if possible. I don't know whether I will be able to do any justice to our paper, because it's a conceptual paper. But I am trying to be as precise as possible. So in this paper we have identified we have touched upon mainly three things. That is the complete transformation, or rather it should be said metamorphosis, of the library services in the digital era, in the modern digital era, and the factors behind it. And number two is the complete lack of human touch. That is the pivotal point, key point of this year's seminar here. And finally, I will be talking about a few words about our plans or our attempts to restore the human touch is back, which is lost from our library services. Now, first, let me concentrate upon the factors responsible. We have identified three factors mainly. The number one is obviously the industry, the changes that has come in the industry after the fourth industrial revolution. Now it is being called Industry 4.2. Number two is the technology. Now it is popular as the second mission age, or sometimes called the cyber physical system. And number three, last but not the least, is the economic and developmental factors, which is marked by the global competitiveness index. If I go one by one, I think among all these three, it is industry that plays the pivotal role. Because it is the industry today, we all think that it is technology which has led us to the changes, but it is not actually technology. Technology is actually the tool, the vehicle of the change. But the main player behind the change is industry. We have changed because industry wants us to change. And it is evident from the fact that this industry 4.0 is dictating terms for education 4.2. And this is evident from the white paper produced by World Economic Forum in 2023, where the education 4.2 taxonomy is given in details in this white paper. So it is the industry that is actually leading us, pressurizing us for the change. And the technology is obviously, no doubt it is important, but it is just a vehicle for the change. And finally, the economic and growth factors. Again, the World Economic Forum, it has directly linked the education level of a country, innovation level of a country, knowledge level of a country, with the potential of growth, which is measured by which is measured by the competitiveness index. And let me talk a little bit about the technology that has come. I have already mentioned that is the second mission age, or the cyber physical system, which means that it is marked by three factors mainly. That is the high growth in the data processing and computational capacity, and the data processing capacity, and the faster transformation of data. That is, today we have 5G, 6G, or 7G or 8G in the near future. And number two is digitization of almost everything around us. It is creating a huge amount of data, big data every day. And this is the thing that is creating the world, a virtual world for us. We have digitized data almost about everything around us, and our perception about reality is changed. Our demand over the reality is changed. We are now fundamentally inclined to the virtual reality. And every time today, every other day, you are getting a new technology. Because there is a chance, there is a scope that every other day you are combining one technology with another. You are combining one digital technology with another technology. You are combining that new technology with another technology, and you are getting a new technology every other day.
5 minutes over. 5 minutes over.
Let me talk for
5 minutes already over.
So it has changed the educational philosophy, the philosophy of the taxonomy, the pedagogy. Now, my previous speaker has already hinted about the changes that has come in the educational philosophy. That is, it has become more personalized, more self-paced, and problem-based, project-based, experiential, etc. And the changes that have come in the library is actually corresponding to these changes in the philosophy of education. Because library has to respond to the changes that has come to education and that has come to the society. And as a matter of fact, here are some assumptions from the 21st century libraries made by David Lewis. I'm not going into that. But as a result, we have smart library. We have the ambient smartness. I'm not going into further explanation what is that. And today it is technically possible for you to have a full library experience without a single human intervention. Okay, you have your punch card, you punch your card, you enter the library, you browse your data, you put your requisition, and there is the automated system, storage and retrieval system, which can even bring you the document you need, maybe by means of some kind of conveyor belt, etc. And you pick up the document, you get it issued automatically by your system, and you have the RFID gate pass, and you go away from the library. Not a single human intervention. So 20 years back or 25 years back, library was facing the challenge. The challenge area was how to automate the library fully, how to cut from the human labor. Now the challenge area is also shifted. How to get the lost human touch back. And in the conclusion, I would just like to mention 3 attempts which are now globally being practiced. Not always very popular, but is being practiced to get this human touch back. And one caution, the new human touch will not be in the same fashion as it used to be. in the previous days. It will be a new kind of human touch. The human touch or intervention may be missing, but the human consideration, the human values may be embraced or incorporated. It is through this. Here is a graphical representation of the automated storage and retrieval, which is actually being used in this library, a library under University of Chicago. Now about the human touches, that is to transform our library space, the user space, into a maker space, to transform your user into makers, because only makers can create ideas, and the human-centered design, it is only possible through if we embrace the human-centered design. That is, you are not looking at your clientele as a third party. You are not designing anything for them. You are designing with them. Considering all the human factors, physical factors, psychological factors, the comfort factors, there will be more ergonomic, more flexible style of writing. Suppose you need a cup of coffee or a mug of beer while you are thinking about some idea.
Please conclude.
So, and finally, the human library, which started in Copenhagen in 2000. Here you can borrow human being as books. So this is also a very important area of knowledge conversion, converting internalized or tacit knowledge into explicit knowledge, and socialization and internalization of knowledge. So this is how we can think about getting the human touch back in today's modern, highly technical and technological, digitized and automated library setup. So finally, there are some references for your consideration. I'm really sorry I have taken a few minutes
Thank you
more than the allotted time.
Please come the next presenters. No. Please come,
No question.
My extra microphone, please take that one.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jadavpur, and I'm Junior Library Assistant at Presidency University, Kolkata. My topic is related beyond the screen, algorithmic awareness in information literacy. This paper explores how algorithms shape what we see online and how libraries can address the information literacy, this challenge of information literacy. Algorithms now create most online information. They silently influence what we see, read, and believe. This creates echo chambers and challenges democratic dialogue. The power of algorithms. Algorithms act as invisible gatekeepers of information. Bias, personalization, and engagement-based ranking distort objectivity. You can see in Twitter or WhatsApp what we find information. It's not always correct, or misinformation is always there. And the algorithm help us to believe that what we see, we believe that only. We are very much, it's not objective. They are giving us the data, what we see, and they are pushing that data to us many times. Same search, different realities. Here I have, there are two users. One user is signed in with 10 years of browsing history, and one is using in incognito mode. When the user A is searching best headphones, it's giving Flipkart recommendation, Amazon recommendation. But when it's in incognito mode, then there is no such ads or personalization. It's giving neutral answers. Then there is a location based. When user A is searching from Kolnagar, it's cafe shops in Kolnagar. This is giving maps, names of shops. When it's giving searching from Netherlands, it's giving the Europe based shops and everything. So we can see that location and personalization can also differ the algorithms. Now the search history. this is a search history for Python word. One user is tech savvy and the other is general user. Tech savvy is the tech savvy one is shown Python designed by Python founder, and the general user is first recommended is Python snake. Means the algorithm also sees what person is searching. If a person is a tech savvy one, then they are recommending the compiler, founder, and everything. But when they know that the person who is searching is a general user, they are giving the snake one first. Then the platform. It's also about the platform that we are searching on. When we are searching on Google, it's giving personalization with ads and everything. But when we search on DuckDuckGo or some browsers like that, then it's many times a neutral one. It doesn't give personalized everything. This is literature. I won't go into detail, but the main problems I will highlight is algorithmic bias and inequality, filter bubbles and polarization, misinformation, and platform design. So to address this challenge, we introduce algorithmic awareness, a new dimension of information literacy that empowers users to understand and question how algorithms filter, rank, and frame knowledge. These are the core pillars of algorithmic awareness: critical pedagogy, digital ethics, information equity, reflective practice. Now we have to imbibe some teaching approaches so that we can cultivate algorithmic awareness in our daily lives. Integrate discussions about search personalization classes, run workshop on algorithmic bias, example, how YouTube or Instagram recommend what we see, use digital storytelling projects to show personal experience of algorithmic influence. This is an instructional flow. We can see how from instruction to awareness to reflection to empowerment, how users can be empowered by knowing what we see and knowing the pattern what the platform is giving us. Why libraries matter? Libraries uphold intellectual freedom, access and equity. They are non-commercial, trusted spaces for critical learning. Librarians can bridge the gap between human values and digital system. These are some applications of in library. What we can do: create resource guides on data ethics and privacy. We can host community digital literacy events, collaborate with computer science media departments to aware the users about information algorithmic awareness, encourage algorithmic transparency discussions. There are some challenges also: lack of educated training, unequal digital access, rapid technological change. But we do have some solutions: professional development, flexible curricula, and community collaboration. We should have collaboration with different communities to address this challenge. In the future, we can research the long-term impact of algorithmic literacy. We can develop open access resources and localized content. We can foster partnerships between libraries, universities, and civil society. To conclude, I would say information literacy must evolve to include algorithmic understanding. Algorithmic awareness extend library values into the digital realm. Libraries can lead in creating critical, reflective, and empowered citizens. Together, we can build a future where technology empowers, not limits, informed citizenship. As we see, algorithm is the only thing which saves the online world. As algorithm is so the main awareness becomes our main freedom, and libraries can help every citizen reclaim that freedom. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now I request the next presenter, Mausumi Yadav, for Ashok Kumar Upadhyaya. Please now. Last one.
Then continue this one till 1:30.
I am the last.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noshri Yadav. I am PhD scholar of Department of Library and Information Science, Kumbhalaki University, Aligarh, UP. This study is conducted by both of us, myself and Professor Ashok Kumar Upadhyaya, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, University Librarian, Mumbai University, India, Aligarh. Now, my topic is revolutionizing legal education, the role of law libraries and legal databases in shaping law teaching and research. First of all, nowadays, okay. Nowadays, legal education is more dependent on modern field to digital resources. So, this objective of this study is to examine the evolution of the law libraries in India, analyzes the features of major legal databases, evaluate the impact of digital resources on teaching and research, explore the role of librarians in promoting information literacy and legal research skills, and also identify the challenges and the future prospects of this study. Now, these are some review of the literature. All the authors wanted to speak about. They wanted to speak about the digital transformation from print-based to digital to hybrid library. So now going to the data analysis and evolution of legal and law libraries in India. The legal education shifted from print media to hybrid library, that is with print and also the digital library. These are some transformation of emergence of legal databases. Rise of online legal databases that transform the legal education, mostly in research in teachers, scholars, and the other students. Now, I have taken major legal databases of India, that is called Manupatra, SCC Online, that is Supreme Court Cases Online, AIR Online, that is All India Reporter Online. These are some comparative insights. This includes coverage and user interface, like Manupatra is very much flexible. SCC Online or Supreme Court Cases is professionally designed for the professional the professional lawyers or other research scholars, etc. And All India Reporter is a simplified interface. They are also students and research scholars can also use most the Manupatra, SCC Online and AIR Online for search judgments and case laws. We can also use this online legal databases through mobile, and we can also these all are the subscription based, so we can subscribe as a remote access also. There are some other points. We can give also the training and support from the library, and also there are some pricing models also. Okay. Nowadays, we can integrate print and digital based information, so that students, research scholar or faculty members can take most of it, so that they can support their students and also support the research. So the legal education can be reshaped. The role of evolving law librarians. Nowadays, law librarians or the librarians, not only the caretaker of the books, they can also manage digital collections, or they can arrange the training or workshops. They can collaborate with other university or institutions. Now they can also be a technological expert, and these are the same, all are the same.
The findings of the study, the Indian law libraries shifted from traditional print-based collection to digital and hybrid platforms. Manupatra, SCC Online and AIR Online are the most essential tools for legal education nowadays. These databases improve access to case laws, judgment, statutes, and secondary literature. Faculty members widely use these platforms for teaching also. Law libraries play a key and important role to promote the information literacy. So there are some challenges because these databases are costly. So we need to build the infrastructure to subscribe these databases. Now conclusion, law libraries are central and modern in the modern legal education. So digital legal databases are available deeper for the research nowadays, and we need more training and workshops or more investment for this shape the education, legal education. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. So, due to the crunch of time, we have no question and answer sessions. For the last speaker, please, I have, hello sir. Moshumi, I have one question for you.
Sorry.
How can you say that? You are breaking the rule.
Okay, no, not my question, just for suggestion for.
Okay, sir.
So, you are comparing from the Manupatra and SSC and AI. But these tools basically used by the law practitioners. And in the index, you can see the article or number or case numbers. What is your suggestions if the general users search for these tools?
Actually, my study is based on the legal education. The students and the research scholars or faculty members, they actually students can, if they wanted to attend the moot court, how they search the case laws, judgments. So it is for the future.
Do you have any suggestions for the indexing of that tools? Yeah. Okay,
I'm not getting
okay. Is it your research topics?
No, actually my research topic is on digital tools.
Okay.
This is legal
The latter you can discuss with me. I can suggest you something.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, in the conclude of this session, we are running so late. So, all the presentations of this session we can get at the end because rapidly will say everything regarding the presentations of each and every session. So I thanks. Basically, in this session we have two invited speakers. So I thanks from the organization and on behalf of the chairpersons of these sessions. And I also thanks all the presenters who have presented in this technical session. We have finished not within time but little bit time because we started 10 minutes late. So, and we can add more 10 minutes. No problem. Thank you all of you. Thanks for the organizers for inviting me. Okay, thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the fourth session.
No exit. No exit. No exit.
May I now request Joya to carry on with the next session?
I am here.
এখন আমাদের আছে কোথায় সাইকেল হ্যাঁ
Attention please. That these figures are some of the most important personalities
sound
requesting all of you to be quiet. We are Professor Ulkumar Chakraborty as the esteemed chairperson.
Dr. Chakraborty is currently holding the post of the professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, Netaji Subhash Open University. He was librarian at IIM Indore, Bose Institute, FITIIT Delhi, and scientist at CE Ahmedabad. He has also served in key positions including Director General of RRRL, Director General of National Library of India, and Additional Mission Director of National Mission on Libraries. He has jointly coordinated the project on the National Virtual Library in collaboration with the Vice Chancellor of EU and IIT Bombay. He has received many awards, including Best Librarian Award and Lifetime Achievement Award. I would like to request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Chakraborty.
এই আরেকটা ছবি তোলো তাকাও দিকে নাই নামলি এই শুনুন এই যে ফটোগ্রাফার ফটোগ্রাফার এখন নলেজ কম আছে ওই লাইট অফ করতে পারছে
Now I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists for the session.
ফটো তোলার নলেজটা এখন আছে
It is our pleasure to have with us Professor Sri Panjan Khatwa, Head of the Department of Library and Information Science,
আরে না না নামলি
in the libraries of institutions of national importance like National Aerospace Laboratory, Karshak Engineering College, and IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Khatwa completed his PhD from Jadavpur University under the supervision of Dr. Devika Madalli, professor at DRTC and director of TEQIP. So far, he has authored 5 books and around 55 research papers and published in national and international journals and conference processes. He is also the editor of Review Journal of Library and Information Science. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Khatwa. We are grateful to have with us Dr. K.G. Sudhi, Assistant Professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. He has more than 2 decades of teaching, research, professional and administrative at university, holding dual postgraduate degrees in physics and LIS. He has authored over 75 research articles in reputed Indian journals and contributed to more than 155 conferences and book chapters and serves as a reviewer and editorial board member for several prestigious academic journals. He has led major research initiatives including projects funded by DST National Science and Technology Management Information System and ICSSR. Currently, he is the Vice President of GASTI and a life member of leading library professional associations in India. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Sudhi.
It is our great honor to have with us Dr. Nimaijat Saha, librarian, Vishwabharati. He has served as deputy librarian at Vishwabharati for 6 years and as librarian at Kalna College for 7 years before this. Over the course of his prolific career, he has authored a total of 97 national and international publications, including 6 chapters and numerous articles in various international, national, and regional journals, conference proceedings. He also serves as editor and reviewer for several journals. He has acted as co-supervisor for 2 PhD theses and 7 immunized dissertations. He has been recognized with numerous awards for his contributions, including Lifetime Achievement Award. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Shah.
ফটো ফটো একটু তাকাও দিকে এই দিবাকর ভালো তাকাও দিকে আরে যারা দিচ্ছে তাদের তো ফটো ফটো ভালো করে তোলো তোমাদেরই ওইটা বইটা গীতাঞ্জলিটা হ্যাঁ
ইনস্টিটিউটের লোক তার একটা গাছ দিয়ে
Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Guwahati University, Assam. He has worked in the department for more than 14 years. He has published more than 50 papers in different journals, chapters, conference proceedings. His areas of interest are knowledge organization, library automation, preservation, digital resource management, and library. 4 research scholars have earned their PhD degrees and 3 have been awarded MPhil degrees under his guidance. Dr. Deka is a life member of leading library professional associations in India like ILA Yasli Yarlis and Assam Library Association. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Deka.
Depends my
looks back এদিকে
দিবাকর
হচ্ছে ফটো
এখনো কেলা করে
We are delighted to have with us Professor Shiv Shankar Jana, Head of the Department of Library and Management, topping the main list, and later earned his PhD from Jadavpur University. He also holds an MSc in Geology from University of Calcutta. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has authored 5 books and nearly 135 research articles published in reputed journals, conference proceedings, and book chapters. He has also delivered invited lectures and presented papers at various national and international forums. His areas of expertise include knowledge organization, ontology, scientometrics, digital resource management, and e-learning. I request our volunteers to felicitate Professor Jana.
এদিকে আবার টাকা দে কি মুশকিল কি হাসিটা বেরিয়েছে আজকে এদিকে টাকা ওইদিকে আসতে বাহ
এবার সোলার প্যানেল কাজ শুরু
Activities
করবে।
of our respective dignitaries are vast and inspiring, but to maintain the program schedule, I have presented their brief introduction, and I sincerely apologize for any unintentional omission and error.
সোলার প্যানেল
Now, with such a diverse group of panelists and under the guidance of our respective chairpersons, we look forward to a meaningful and insightful discussion. So please pay attention and may we come. I now request our chairperson to lead the session.
Good afternoon. We are already just 43 minutes late. Only 43 minutes late. I don't know whether we should have to complete by 1:30 or not. That I don't know. If we do say 10-15 minutes extra, then we can make it like that. So, 5 speakers. So I think 8 minutes will be doing it. That's all. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So 8 minutes because we will start beginning. They should start the ball rolling. I think the re-humanizing is a very good concept. I am really thankful to the Department of Library Science led by our head and all. It's a real good topic because human touch is missing now. So that human touch is bringing in the library field is very important. And without the human touch, nothing. Because what I know, human touch is there, but people think that everything is a computerized activity. The people that know library professional is working, but the professionals are working behind. So that is the activity done by the library professionals is always getting down because of this. Not human touch is not there. That is the main problem. So I think that we have good speakers. So they will touch upon this and then let us see what 8 minutes, sir. Okay, first of all, I will call Dr. Sudhir Rajan Hatwa.
I have 1, 2, 3 slides, few slides. Use it. Before we start, let me welcome you on behalf of this panel, on behalf of the chair. In the pre-launch session, it's very difficult to listen everything, and already you have overwhelmed last few couple of hours. Morning. For only audience, only few slides. Already everything has been discussed. We are living very critical society, means digital society. When you were coming to this session, I was watching just for my curiosity and survey so that I can share with you. Almost 8 out of 10 passengers, co-passengers traveling in the local train, they are in digital with smartphone and had a some earpod and connected with the world. And nobody cares about who are sitting behind or beside her, him or her. That's the scenario. If you go to the restaurant, you will see the same thing. The food is there on the table, but eyes on the smartphone. So that's what we are living, Gen Z. They can change the world. Obviously, they can change few world around our country. So that way, we are living. So I would like to thank to my senior colleague, Professor Udayan Bhattacharya, and the organizing committee or training secretary and Department of Jadavpur University to select such a beautiful concept, because most of the time we watch on and around people are talking about AI, application of AI in libraries. Last few seminars and conferences, if you see,
everywhere talking about AI, how we are just fond of accepting and adopt AI into the library. Whether we can able to do or not, nobody knows, but discussion is going on. Anyway, again we are re-back or re-looking, just like somebody was telling about that, how to make it re-humanize to the library. First, people have to come to the library, then only we can make it that kind of touch. So we are living in such a society where humanity going to be less and less every day. And the example we are watching everywhere. And library also such a place. We are also living in a society. But how can we make it human? Humanity can be regenerated in our library. Because think about 1985 when CDSIS launched. We the librarian just running behind it how to introduce CDSIS and then automation. Then revolutionary change with ellipsis, POHA, such kind of so many things has been introduced, and library was the place was adopted very quickly. And that time it was very much prestigious. Those who are in automated library means they are in the very elite class in our in India or somewhere. So people are very happy. They can search everything in the screen. Everything is coming in their hand. It's so beautiful. Slowly, they are lacking to go to the library. As long as they don't want some physical books, that too by obliged by their teachers or something that this book has to read, and that book is not available in Google or some e-format. That's what they went to the library. Otherwise, that people get the information, everything from the Google. And that is the fate. Nowadays, Google has gone backside. We are, our students, everybody getting everything in ChatGPT or some kind of Gemini or something. Now, how and why they will come to the library? We will discuss, we will talk, we will give so many remedies, but why they will come? Let me share one example. Just few days back, I had some problem with Indian gas. So I got a number, customer care number. So I tried to call because it is very easy. I need not to go to the that gas chamber or whatever we get office. So I am very happy. By lying on the bed, I just took my smartphone and started calling to customer care center. So it took around 15 minutes to reach my query. Push this button, push that button, do that things, and afterwards, after 15 minutes, I was dissatisfied. And that hello told me, do you want more assistance from me? So that's the paradox. And we are facing all such kind of paradox everywhere. Reservation, LIC problem, some taxation problem. We have some SIR problem right now running in Bengal. So that's what the paradox. And library also long back we were studying in our classroom. Ranganathan's philosophy, books are for use. That means information are for use. And Rabindranath Tagore also told that collection, build such kind of collection that every book find its reader, or every document, every information find its reader. But problem is, when Google came into the picture, we are tech savvy, we are Gen Z generation. Now, information explosion. Now, how you will get the proper information? We have given online web access catalog to search the book, search the document. But we forget the concept between search, query, and inquiry. Now, being a librarian, how you can combat that search, query, and inquiry? What is the difference between query and inquiry? So, that is the humanization. With the technology, we cannot discard the technology, we have to adopt the technology, but within that technology, do not make that mechanical customer care service.
So being a librarian, you have to provide the human touch. How you can do that? That is the basic problem, and we have to search the solution. So instead of giving the query or search, Google can give us facilities to search. Our catalog, opaque, online catalog, everything has given us the opportunity to search. But we are not providing the information or seeker the query, what you are looking for. That human touch is a very much necessity. We are not, previously we were afraid of information explosion, it's a scarcity, so much information, but we are nowadays not at all bothered about the volume of information. Rather, we are bothered about the meaning of information, context of information, what the user want to search and what is its requirement. For example, say one researcher want to search some query. It may be book, it may be anywhere, open source, whatever may be. Say climatic condition and the anxiety. Now, if we search, it will give billions of records, online, everything, research, everything regarding climatic or related items. But what I am searching, what I am looking for, that fails. And here's the role of librarian, how they will make it in query. That is my need and necessity, the context. That is still lacking, and algorithm cannot make us such kind of satisfaction. Maybe people are blaming that yes, algorithm or AI is now scrolling stage. That means it is now in childhood. Maybe one day they will give in the context. Say semantic web came in the picture in between. People are very happy when you search in Google. What we are searching, automatically few options is giving us. Do you want like that? So that way we can start filtering. But it is not, do you want not like that? The librarian will predict. Maybe this guy is searching like that. So that way he can suggest. That means empathy, better than sympathy. We don't want to give the sympathy, rather empathy. You have to understand, being a librarian, what empathy quality we can build up and implement and inbuild to our library premises. And obviously, do not expect people will come to the library. We should not expect. Now, showing our humanity or human touch by using the technology. Say people are trying to get the chatbot to provide the reference service. I don't believe that through chatbot artificially we can provide the reference service in a complicated, especially nowadays we are talking about transdisciplinary research. In transdisciplinary research, analyzing the subject, analyzing the query, how chatbot will analyze and give you the exact result, it's a little bit difficult until I can understand that it can be possible. Maybe after 50 years it will be possible, but problem is after 50 years that Gen Z will be Gen Z. Then their requirement may be something different. Because I was purchased one box of DVD few years back. Without finishing all the DVD, that all blank DVD has lost their sustainability. Now these things you have to consider the sustainability. For rehumanizing, we are talking about 3 pillars. Already it has been discussed. One pillar is building community, building sympathy, and something human-centered curation. Curation is very important thing. I think that way we can think about that in the digital age, we should not fear about technology, rather we should accept it, but how that technology we can use by providing human touch. People say that bad library build the collection. You have a very good collection, it's not a really good library. Rather, good library build service. Service, we are satisfied. We are providing so many services. People are not getting till we are giving. And great library, that is our motto, that will support the theme, that is build the community. So we have to build the community. Maybe we have to provide the digital platform
to share, to discuss, to use all these things, and that is my observation in this regard. Sorry, I cannot show you this. Actually, this slide was showing you how much anxious today. So much digital environment behind us. It's not easy to combat, and a lot of paradox are there. That is the key figure. We have to concentrate on that to get humanity in our library field. So already I have discussed all these things, and thank you with this.
Thank you, Dr. Shrivati Bhatwa. I think he has given a very good brief about how the platform should run. Now I request Dr. K.G. Sudhir, please come and start.
Respected moderator, dignitaries on and off the dais, very good afternoon, namaste, vanakkam. So the theme of the conference has two important keywords. One is human touch and another one is re-humanizing information services. At the outset, I was to thank the organizer, especially Professor Uday Bhattacharya, for selecting this topic. We know that last 2-3 years, especially in LIS domain, we have n number of conferences. All the conferences, you see the theme, AI will be there, or all these new technologies will be there. I think this is the first conference having chosen this one kind of a topic of humanizing, re-humanizing the information services and what you call, okay, of course, the information services. In that context, it is very important, this conference, and almost all the papers, last 1.5 days we are hearing is most related to this human touch and re-humanizing. My take will be, today within a short span of time, I will be more concentrated on how we can emphasize the evolving professional identity. Of course, institutional identity is also a part of it. But how, as a LIS professional, how we can be remold ourselves to be how we can keep our professional identity in this context. Of course, already I think this panel explored the critical aspects between technological advancement and human-centered service delivering library information centers. As you know, the digital transformation accelerates across all sectors. These institutions stand at the crossroad. How can we embrace innovation while preserving and even strengthening their essential human qualities? This is not applicable to our LIS domain alone. As you know that in medical field, medical diagnosis and treatment, this kind of humanism or human touch is needed. It is the need of the hour. We know that there are more technological aspects that are being involved in the human, medical area. Especially in the medical treatment and diagnosis. And one more important area is the teaching learning process, education process. This kind of technological aspects and all this kind of new technological aspects are being involved. You know, OER and OER and online courses. But even then, the role of teachers is very much important. The same way in our domain, of course, the library information professionals and librarians has a key role to play. And also we need to identify our identity in this process. That's the core area of what we are discussing today. Okay. So these discussions encompass the two interconnected dimensions. First, we examined how the libraries as institutions must navigate technological adoption without losing their identity as a commodity anchor and spaces for meaningful human interaction. And the second aspect is, and perhaps more urgently, we address how professionals themselves are experiencing a fundamental reimagining of their roles. That's our concern. So coming to the area which I want to have more discussion on that one, I think the first day itself after the inauguration, the keynote address, Professor Partha Mukhopadhyaya, systematically and very interestingly he portrayed the role of the humanism or I can say, the re-humanizing or the human touch in our profession. Even though at the end of his speech, he has talked much about more on the Koha aspect, how he can be customizing aspect, other things. But basically, the core of his speech is started with the human touch in this technological era. Okay, come to the part of this, how we can have the evolving professional identity. Two important points I want to highlight is one is as a human interpreter of information. As a LIS professional, human interpreter. And second aspect is community anchor role in crisis. Very well, when during the pandemic COVID-19 period, most of the users are away from our libraries, and how after that, okay, of course, how the users are using the library, and what the role of library or library information professionals as such are played in this after the COVID, the pandemic period. Then these two things are important as one is human interpreter. So whatever technological aspect we are implementing, we are adopting in our libraries, as a human interpreter, what is our role? How we can play with our clients, with our needy users? That's important. The first one is from keeper to gain. Historically, we know that libraries as a mediator between users and organized information sources. Now, the current reality is information is abundant. You know very well, information overload. We are living in an era in which information overload wherever we are facing, and disorganized and algorithmically curated. So, different user needs for different support from us. Okay, then definitely there is a shift from finding information for people to helping people navigate information ecosystems critically. Of course, finding information, we have to move from helping people, helping users, to how to gather this information from where you will get, rather than pinpointed answering your the queries of the users. Of course, this expertise is no longer about knowing where things are, but knowing how to evaluate, contextualize, and synthesize. Then, what is the role of the human interpreter role? This I already mentioned about that. That algorithmic provide results, but human provide meaning and context. That's important. That's our role. No, this has happened now, maybe 2-3 decades back, when this computerization or automation in libraries was started. At that time also this concern was there. Earlier one of the speeches in the paper he has clearly mentioned about this one. At that time we are away from the human touch, human voice. Now we are discussing about how we can include or more involve the human touch in our services and connections. Okay. So helping users understand not just what information says, but who produced it, why, with what bias and what context. That's important. Then translating between specialized knowledge domain and user needs. So adding the human layer, the understanding emotional needs, learning styles, and unstated questions became reference here. Several speakers were emphasizing the need of this kind of an emotional need or emotional approach with our clients. That's very much important. So, for example, I can say somebody, if a user asking about cancer treatment, medical information, but also emotional support resources, financial assistance information, one more, and help evaluating source credibility. I think it is very clear that. So that kind of a user, when you are approaching a library, these two things, other than what is the medical information, what you are providing, along with that one, and emotional support. Of course, different. We know that one, that kind of a situation. What are the things other than the way which the traditional kind of things what we are doing, we can do. Okay, then we have the teaching people how to think about information, not just where to find it. Then we have emotional labor and relational competency. Then competency gaps and professional development. This is one more important aspect which we need to address as a professional competency, that is in our LIS curriculum, LIS schools in our country, in the worldwide also. Now we are at the verge of national education policy. We are moving to the 4-year FIUG, 4-year integrated UG program of library information science. There, of course, we can have in any of these semesters, we can include this aspect also. The current era, what we can do as an information professional kind of thing. Then the articulate value of new terms, new technologies and new terms, how we can change, how we can transform. Moving beyond, we help people find books, narratives, we develop critical thinking in information saturated environment. Then professional advocacy. These are some of the things I want to emphasize in the context of evolving professional identity. That's important things we need to address. That's why I mentioned about in our curriculum and schools, in later schools in the country. Also, we need to incorporate these aspects when, as I said, no, when we are moving on to 4 years program or 5 years program. That's all. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir. Just very extremely explain everything. Now I request Dr. Nimai Shah to know that he is a very experienced IBM. He is providing services. So he will tell you how you can touch.
NC Shah.
So let me start by saving 10 seconds, not by going there.
Thank you.
Okay. And
on করে নাও মাইকটা দেখো
on অটো করা আছে এই যে নীলাদ্রিরা করে রেখেছে
let me go there.
কিছু লোক গেলে
Please come here.
Let me be on mic.
That's good. Start for.
See, actually, I am odd man in the dais.
Why?
Here professor, there professor, I am that.
You are the big shot.
A little bit of taxation. What will be after my deliberation, whether I will be again there or out of there.
That's your choice.
Have a kind of different flavor. And before going into intake on my part, at the very outset, I would like to second all the paper presenters, all the invited speakers, and all the co-panelists, whatever they have submitted and whatever they will submit. In addition to that, let me come to land of library service and to humanize and why dehumanize. Was it missing of humanization in the library? Was it missing? I don't believe. And then, right today, why we are going to utter humanizing, human touch, rehumanizing? Why? Simply because we are living in the age of information terrorism, information adulteration, information corruption, right? Far away from information superhighway, information explosion, like that. Right now, if everyone going through your Android cell, just to search higher education, Google will give you more than 50 crore hits. Then being a novice student of undergraduate or kind of postgraduate or 4 years undergraduate under anything 2020. Forget about scholars. Do you think that even their entire life they are supposed to go all around 50 crores of the documents? Whether they are at all able to satisfy their needs, whether that resources are authentic, and for that, just decade ago, this librarian has been asked to redesignate as information gatekeeper. In the last month, when I was in a virtual conference in USA, one citizen from New Zealand, having management background, he said that librarian nowadays will be information police, like a traffic police. What traffic police is doing to manage the crowd, to manage and to avoid the accident, they are saving the human society. Likewise, we being librarian, standing in this 2025, our role will be save our academics, save our research scholars by not using whatever you can say, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, whatever it is, to have a soft research. So that's the role of the librarian, and to make the library humanize or rehumanize or human touch. Let us not just throw stone to the librarian's neck. Let us discuss who are the basic components to have a life of any library. We are the librarian, we are the service provider, and there are the users end, users front, which is a combination of faculty members, combination of scholars and students. And that faculty members and authority, they are playing a pragmatic role. What will be the library's infrastructure, what will be the library's budget, and what will be the other things to sustain a library. Standing over there, if that human touch is not becoming or put down in the policy favor to the library development, how can we discuss these things? We are discussing the things in sky level and superficial level. Come to the land, have an opportunity to train our library professionals. Forget about college. Basically, school librarians are the gateway of the higher education. Just think about each and every state of India. I have lots of experience, rural and urban both. So librarians do not have any part to take, open the library. And library nowadays, storehouse, puja house, or anything other meeting house, not the librarian of the books. There is no routine in the school level to have the library having developments. We are discussing human touch. Right? Now, since time is very short, I am not going to deeper part of these things. One more thing as librarian, I am every day molding with rules and reality. Rules and reality. I am not talking about reality in terms of augmented or virtual or in terms of technology reality. I am talking about ground reality. Whenever any Indian citizen, whenever any global citizen will come to the library, do they satisfy my existing rules? This other card, that card, those card. Why? There will be not one nation, one card, one users for all library. We are having one nation, one subscription. So one citizen, one card. If somebody has Aadhaar card, voter card, why they need to have some other things to show in the library? And we being librarian, everyday physical readers and the text reading habit is eventually go down. In this hall, tell me how many of we are visiting, because we are now going to introspect ourselves, a homogeneous community. How many of we, even as a student and as a scholar, visiting the Jadavpur University Library, visiting National Library, Asiatic Society Library, or any other library, and we are discussing human touch, and to build up the future perseverance of the Indian and global library society. Right? So this question I am throwing before you to ask yourselves and to introspect. Before throwing stone to others, let us have introspection with amongst ourselves. Now, I will finish by another half or 2 minutes like that. What Vishwaradi is going to inculcate for humanizing or having human touch or the humanizing of the library services. See, we have a team of library friends, Granthakar Mitra. Those students group is supposed to manage the library reading room. Those students group is trained, if there is any books misplaced, they are supposed to properly place. If they are having computer science background, they may print out the spine level and they paste it down and they are doing. And because of their doing, even 70% of staff retirement or staff vacancy, we are managing and sustaining ourselves. So this is library friends and having human touch and interaction. So you are the part of the library. This is the librarian's library. This is not the librarian's library. This is the society's library and students' library, right? And we are having scholars club, PhD scholars club. I'm not scholars does not mean Professor Amar Hussain. Here we are having Vishwaradi PhD scholars lecture series. Means scholars will organize the event, scholars will publish the banner, scholars will issue the notice. Only library will give the platform. In line with NEP 2020. Transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary curriculum, not by theory, not by classroom, but by practice. This work is doing these things under our leadership and by my good team. And then we are having scholars assistant cell. Right today, if somebody intend to meet with Nimai Saha, Nimai is here. So every day, 5 to 6 p.m., a chamber is there called scholars assistant cell. One room is there, one system is there, laptop, internet connectivity is there. At least one library professionals and 2-3 young assistant professors may be available to interact with the scholars. What kind of question asked by a philosophy student, maybe physics teacher may answer the question. So in this way, we are just having and maintaining the human touch in reality. I'm not talking about and I'm not against the technology. We are also using, and if you go through the Vishwaradi website, you will understand what activities we are conducting and that is going on in terms of technology, but not ignoring the thing. And you all are perhaps knowing that we are having 65 adopted villages. Out of that 65 adopted village, Sir was the former director of RRLA. He knowing that 38 we are having village library. I being university librarian, probably only one in India, having a scope to meet with the rural people, rural community, even neo-literate, illiterate people, farmers, what they actually wanted to have. If I wanted to talk before them index UI, find this space, they will never come to the library. So first we need to acculture their mindset, prepare them to access the library, prepare them first to read and write, then talk about mouse, because they are basically striving with basic needs. With these few words, I'm not very frustrated. I'm very hopeful and having positive attitude librarian. Would like to convey my sincere thanks and with great hope that library was there, library is there, library will be there even in the age of AI. With these few words, my discussion is open. Out of the hall, if anybody would like to intervene with me, maybe sometimes you may disagree with me, but I am open to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nimanjit Shah. I think you have given a wonderful discussion, wonderful point that how this library is going. And if you have chance, please visit this 38 village libraries. The village library is run by the villagers itself. And if you are sponsoring that, but you will see that how this library goes and how people like. So now the next one is Dr. Dekha. Please come and.
Good afternoon, everyone presenting to the seminar hall. Honorable Chairperson, Professor and other panelists, dignitaries present in this hall, and all participants. So, I am Vikas Dekha. So, coming from Guwahati University, Guwahati, Assam. So, at first I want to thank the organizer, especially Professor Dr. sir. So he insisted that I have to come. I had one surgery last month. So in spite of that, I am attending and Serena said that we have listened to a good number of deliberation here. So I have also prepared one PPT, but I think now it is useless. After listening all the deliberation yesterday, the same thing, if I want to talk, it will be useless. So I am first referring to one of the chairman of the yesterday's session, Dr. Banerjee, Susan Banerjee. So he said that what we learn as a student or a library student, everything is different from what we practice in the libraries. So we have to adopt our own working style and we have to solve different kinds of problems. So I think I am going to talk about a little bit of my experience as a student, research scholar, then as a library professional, and as a teacher and a library user at different stages. So I come from a remote village in Assam. In school, we have one library, only 2-3 almirahs of books, one teacher in church. Then Bottom College Guwahati, library is big. So, but that is closed access system at that time, in 1996. After that, I joined Guwahati University, very big library, huge collection and different sections. We were at a loss how to find out the documents. Luckily, we were students of the Department of Library and Information Science, so the professionals, most of the professionals are the students of the department, so they helped us. So that make us easier for finding documents or anything you want to know inside the library. So after giving our examination, I had the privilege to join the CRLSA intern Central Reference Library. So there we got the actual experience of the automation and preparation of bibliographies by using Lipsy's classification. We have the privilege to visit the national libraries and many libraries here in Kolkata in 2005. Then I joined one school. I had the privilege of working in school. The users of the schools are very different. The little boys and girls, their demand, their expectation, they want us to tell some stories. So I have not used to tell story, but somehow I managed. Yeah, then I joined the department as a guest teacher, and after that I joined one college. I am talking about that. I want to talk about that experience in my college. At that time there was no automation, nothing was there. So one day I asked my principal, sir, can you give me one computer? What you want to do? Prepare the database. No need to do that. You do just that and see the books, familiar with the books. So one evening he called me. So here is one computer that is called me from the government TEQIP. So I installed the Soul 2.0. It was luckily there inside the library. And I prepared the database. But when I opened it for the users, I found that users are not interested in using. And instead of that, they used to approach one staff, the library bearer. So I insisted that that should be used. But one day I asked a particular bearer, Alanda, why the students are approaching you? What they used to ask you, that they said that he said that they asked me about the books what we should read during exam or preparing note. How you know? You were just 12 pass. No, I have that experience. I work. The teacher used to come to me. They take the book from the staff and also advise us that this book is good or for constitutional law this book is good. So that is how I have better experience. So then I decided that we should know about the collection and as well as the students. I asked him also one question that do you prescribe the same book to all the students? No. I prescribe according to the user's level. For passing out or getting good marks, I used to prescribe different books. Okay. That things come to my mind when I saw the particular theme of the seminar, human touch in digital age. So before designing anything we have to do the user research, user studies. So we can do it by survey or by conducting interviews or by their background studies. Their Sir was talking about the ethnography studies. That is important. So to know about the background, their need. And actually the library survey is not about, or library quality is not measured by the number of circulation or number of download. Actually the service quality, that user's ability to access and the accessibility of the resources. So those we can get by using some tools, standardized tools are here, like for example, liquid plus. So they are talking about 3 dimensions. Library is a place, information control, and access access to service. Access to service. So the first point that mentioned about the human interaction, that library support, staff support their knowledge, their empathy to the users. So that is important. So again, we can do some pattern matching studies. So how they are getting difficulty in different areas, like the interface, what are the problems they are facing, their expectations. All the metrics we can measure and get the steps accordingly. Next, to run a library properly, to have a human touch, we should look after the staff also. In a big library, so there are lots of staff, so we have to assign the right tasks to the right staff. That is important. If we don't choose the right person, then there will be minimum human touch. And we should have some risk management strategy also. Like we have seen that a particular staff is doing the circulation service years after year. So one day if he is absent, then what the other staff will do. So we should plan about the task, rotation of tasks, and staff training. Also openly discuss with the library staff regarding the new policies, new services, and take their feedback. As they are directly dealing with the users, they know better. So next we have to make them accountable, and as well as we have to give them proper recognition so that they can give their best, and we have to support as a librarian or as a supervisor. And then at the end, I want to say that we have to design the user service based on the user experience, and we should build some user centric policies. Some libraries, modern libraries, they are applying the tools and techniques because it is available, we have funds. We should not think that we should also implement without knowing our users. So that is my submission in this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Kaka. I think it's already 29. That is already very late. Once the date is changed, then date can go. So that's now I call Mr. Shokar Jana.
Aka. Jore. Good touch,
no time danger.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have prepared plan ABC. I know because I am the last one. All are waiting for lunch. So my topic is screens versus cells. Does technology diminish human touch in library? Yes. So first we have to start from the start. That is how library has developed or evolved and metamorphosed. So you see, in case of LIS as a domain, first breakthrough came after the invention of the printing press. Okay. So mainly in 1450. So what change happened? That is portable media came into existence. That is the printed media. So earlier it was clay tablet, scroll, palm leaves. So now the information media has changed from the clay tablet to the printed one. So costing is very less. Copying is very easy, so library was full of the document. So from this point, actually LIS as a domain or LIS as a subject has developed. And second breakthrough came in 1990s, near about 1990s, that is the invention of computer and ICT. So again, library experienced a huge change because new media has come, that is called electronic media or virtual media. So now we can detach information from the media and media will be packaged. So you see, this is the beauty of the electronic media or computer and ICT. So you see, the computer, before computer, there were so many technology or machine, but all are replaced by the computer. Why? Because computer is the post-program device. We can separate the hardware and the software. So we can customize software according to our task. Therefore, each and every subject field first introduced computer as a tool, then gradually but steadily the computer and computer ICT component become the integral part of the subject. When I was the student of BLIS and MLIS in Jadavpur University, I think, if I am not wrong, one paper was in BLIS, that is computer basics, and one paper in MLIS, that is ICT or something. You sir can take. Sir, when I was the student, so one paper in MLIS, computer, that is ICT or
application of computer.
What is that terminology? Forget it. No. Information technology basics or something like that. And now the third breakthrough after the invention of the artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and so on. So now you see, now authorship has changed. So machine is treated as the author. So we have to give some provision in cataloging, that is personal author, corporate author, and machine as the author. So we have to think about this. Then you see the picture, Neil Harbison. Actually, he is a colorblind person. He implanted a cyborg antenna. Through this antenna, he can understand the color of any object. So this technology or antenna now is a integral part of his body, not as a tool. And you see the second one, that is Claude Mitchell. He actually implanted her robotic arm, left hand, and it is connected to its nervous system. Now he is workable. Okay, she is workable. So again we are talking about the inclusive library, that is library for all, library for disabled person. Again, if you see the second law of library and information science, that is every reader his or book. So suppose this year, if 2 or 3 students have admitted in the LIS, BLIS or MLS in Jadavpur University, I think there is no, option to provide the braille document of all the LIS books. So, what can I do? Now we can take advantage of technology, voice to text converter, braille keyboard, and screen magnifier for visually impaired person, then screen reader. So whatever be on the screen, that will be automatically converted into sound. And the screen reader, that is called the tactile screen reader or replaceable braille display. It is an extended part of the keyboard, where the blind person can understand the text on the screen through this braille screen. And another one is braille translator, brailletranslator.org. If you put any text here, the automatic system will convert this text into braille text. And braille printer is there. So if you print through this conventional braille printer or some special braille printer is there, some printer actually use the dot, perforated dot. Some printer actually use the elevated resin. And recently Samsung created a special ink that can be used to the just into ink cartilage, so that in home printer will be converted into the braille printer. And recently another device has already invented, basically in 2010, that is called haptic braille. That is a mouse-like, that is a mouse-like device. When you put on the textbook, then automatically the text will be converted using the OCR, optical character recognition, and the blind person can feel on the upper surface of this the device. So you see, we all know that library is the open system. So there must be 3 components, that is input, process, and output. And apart from them, the environment is also a component of the open system. And any change in social, legal, political, technological change in environment, library must affected by this system. So if I ask you one question, that is what was the beginning point of science? What invention? Who can say? That is the discovery of fire. we all know that discovery of fire is the starting point of science. So, but I think the more important thing was not to discovery of fire, but to stop the fire. How to stop the fire? How to extinguish the fire? How to use the fire in different tasks? So, in case of technology, so we have to know where to stop, how to use, and how to stop. সবশেষে বাংলায় একটা গল্প বলবো, ছোট্ট করে গল্প. I think most of the audience they understand Bengali. Only 2-3 resource person I will translate of the okay. So একজন লোক হিমাচল প্রদেশে বেড়াতে গেছে, গিয়ে দেখে যে রাস্তার দুধারে আপেল বাগান. তো ও একটু ছবি দিয়ে বলছে আপেল বাগান, ও আপেল বাগানের মধ্য দিয়ে হাঁটতে শুরু করছে. দিয়ে হঠাৎ করে ওর চোখ দেখলো একটা আপেল খুব নিচ পর্যন্ত ঝুলে আছে. তো এবার ওর পা তো আপেল অব্দি যেতে পারবে, ওটা শুধু আপেল পাড়তে পারবে না, আপেলটাকে পাড়লো, ঠিক আছে. হাত ওর আপেলটাকে খেতে পারবে না, মুখ হচ্ছে খেলো, মুখ আপেলটাকে রাখতে পারবে না, আমাদের স্টোমাকে রাখলো. এবং স্টোমাক, এই যে পুরো ঘটনাটা একজন দারোয়ান যে ছিল মানে বাগানে বা মালিক, সে পুরোটাকে দেখলো, দেখে ওর খুব গুসা হলো, ও ছুটে এলো, এসে দুম করে মারলো.
হিমাচল প্রদেশ থেকে,
ঠিক আছে,
হিমাচলে গেছে,
হিমাচলে পুরো কাণ্ডতে কোনো রোল নেই. হাত চোখ দেখেছে, পায়ে গেছে, হাত পেড়েছে. সো মোরাল অফ দ্য স্টোরি, চোখই প্রথম দেখেছিল আপেলটাকে, ওই জন্য চোখেই জল এলো, পিঠে মারলো. তারপরে দিস ইজ এ সার্কেল. সো 2 years back actually we decided to automated library. We decided to create the digital library. Now again we are rethinking about the humanization, human touch. Again I think few years later we will also talk about again mechanization in different way.
এই তুমি এই লোকটাকে ছিল জানো, লোকটাকে শুধু রাজাকে গিয়ে আপেল দেখে কি লাফালাফি এইরকম বাবা.
I think we can take only 2 questions.
Sure.
So 2 questions, please. If you have a open question, then I'll ask. Otherwise, tell that to whom you are asking.
You are the directors.
Yeah, please. Introduce just you can tell your name and name.
Myself, Dr. Sushant Kumar Shanapati. It's not a question, something addition to Dr. Nimai Shah, librarian of this country. Thank you, Vishwati Library. I think that they are continuing the social service, and 84 there are villages they are doing the providing services. It is continuing the legacy of the R.N. Tagore, Kavi Guru R.N. Tagore, because he started this village service through Chalantika, mobile library today is Chalantika, the first Chalantika in our country, through cycle. So library goes to the village, so the applicant of the tribal peoples, so they are continuing the things. So thanks to this. Secondly, I visited Vishwati Library twice, and he kindly organized me for one lecture, which is called Green Library. I delivered the lecture one. When I entered this seminar hall, I was seeing there 100% full. Then I started my lecture, and after then the great interaction with the science, environment, all these things. Then I found 70% of the scholars were different, 20% faculty member and 10% of the library staff. I'm surprised how it is organized. Very good relationship. This is collaboration and good relationship. Users, because the users means the faculty member, the research scholar, others. So how does the library convention, what are the things? The really great this library and Dr. So how they interact the users, because it is a needed for this human touch. Thank you.
Any other question? Anyone? Any question? No? No question? Oh, okay, I think Dr. Professor Uday Bhattacharya, he made this bullet train first introduced, because the session was 1.5 hours and then it completed within less than 1 hour. The bullet train. First bullet train introduced in the LIS. He introduced the first bullet train in the LIS. And number 2 is that this LIS re-engineering, that's true, that's very important. That's why is humanizing is required. That's, we know that the human touch means that how we can interact with people. In the library, if someone comes and you tell that why people should come in the library, that is the concept in this main topic. Because why should you come in the library? If a person is coming in the library and you always, oh, what is your question, and then you search in the computer and then answer. You have to understand that the person who has come to the library, he has searched everything. When he has come here, you have to know about from anything or what is your what is your from the collection itself, within the collection. He has searched everything. Then only he has come in the library. That's what we have to be Google Plus. Unless we have to be Google Plus or ChatGPT Plus, the library website service is not possible. That's what young professionals, they should know that what is inside in the collection. And if you want to have a library, see on PhD and all, go to the National Library. There is a 1415 collection to this 2020 1990. So those collections are not digitized. So you do the PhD, then 2 lakhs of PhD scholars without the human touch. It's possible with the human touch. So that's with the young librarian to understand that why that's what he has introduced the topic, because students should know. Thank you very much, and thank you very wonderful topic. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. They have given an excellent lecture, and even for the lunch is already ready. The hall is full. Thanks to the organizers.
You redefine young adult.
What young adult? As we wrap up this engaging discussion, I would like to express our profound gratitude to Professor Jadavpur for steering this research wisdom and expertise. I would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable experiences and perspectives. Their contributions have enriched this session. With this, we conclude our technical session 5.
Come on, bolo.
We'll begin at
That